It looks like we're live with day 5 of NaNoWriMo 2025. Hello everybody, Thomas B. Dair here, and I am ready. To roll with some more story writing, young adult fantasy story writing. Oh yes. I hope you are too. But before we begin, I just wanted to show you guys something. As you can see, I haven't actually updated my... Well, okay, first of all, I keep forgetting that my webcam here doesn't need to be auto-focusing. Something like this. Yes, that's right. Anyway, I haven't updated my day 5 daily progress, day 6 work progress, and there's a reason for that. I'm going to do it right now on stream, but so as you can see, I'm going to go over here in our word count sheet. I have been incorrectly counting my words. Well, I guess. So what really bugged me was that the day 5, the goals are all right. They are like here. And so day 6 goal is 10,000. Day 7 goal is 11,667, and that was supposed to be here on this sentence here. Once this sentence was done, that would correspond to about 11,667 words. And how have I calculated that? Well, I counted all the words that I wrote for every page in my short story Fly, which was 35 pages long, 36 pages long. These handwritten pages. And that turned out to be 9.35 words per line. And in this 39 line book, it turned out to be just under 664. Now, what I've done in order to make sure that I was on the right path for my daily progress, I used to round down 600. Oh, you can't see it. God damn it! Why can't you see it? Where is it? Oh, it is. Here we are. Okay. Let me just show you again. I don't know why that didn't show. So here, the words per line in Fly was 900.35. The words word count per page in the new book is just under 365. So 364.8. And what I did then was for my daily progress, I rounded down both of them, calculated that way. So I was sure to reach my goal no matter what, which was fine. It's a good idea, but it also means that when we start doing the progress here, it actually doesn't add up quite with the progress here, which is calculated and counted from my my sheet here, from this number. So I've made some corrections. As it turns out, we are actually and I have updated that actually. No, I haven't. We are actually 39 words closer to the goal than what we are supposed to be. So let's update that. Let me see, where is it? It's this one. And progress text. So day 5, it was 692. And that matches so much better with this one, because day 7 is going to be 11,692. No, 667. And we are above that. So that totally makes sense. That also means that our duel is slightly askew, and it's not a lot, to be honest. It's the bar position needs to be changed, needs to be brought up 1. So yeah, it's not a lot. It's this one. Let's just, so our bar progress needs to be brought up just 1. Boop. That should be it. Let me just see, 800 and yes. And same with the dual position, 1 pixel. So, okay, it didn't matter too much in the end. It didn't matter too much for, at least for the progress bar. For our progress bar over out here, this one here. But you know, it could end up mattering quite a lot actually, and I don't know. It was just really bugging me that the numbers weren't quite adding up. But let's now update with the correct numbers, with the new numbers of the day. So day 6 goal, that's an easy one. It's going to be 10,000 straight on. And as you can see, we are over a day head of progress ahead. So that is great. And that means our, let's see, the goal position, that shouldn't have changed. 855 pixels. That should be you. 855 pixels. There we have it. And now we should be all ready to progress. And I hope you guys are too. Yes, I am terribly sorry. I think we're good now. I think we're good. So it is day 6. We have already managed to reach our goal yesterday for day 7 actually. And yes, let's get back to what actually really matters and not just random numbers. I will just add here correcting numbers. Now everything is all fine and dandy and lined up. All right. So where were we in the story last night as we ended up? Well, we are in chapter 4, and our wonderful Vespa has ended up in a dark room where she doesn't really know where she is. She's a bit scared, but she ends up by narrating her own taking on the persona of Vespa of the Vigorous Oath, her as a paladin. Vespa manages to find some courage and finding Lemon, or who's going to be Lemon, the little bird who ended up down there somehow. Vespa, I just remembered something. I want this place to be like beneath the graveyard, so or somewhat beneath the graveyard. And we, if you remember from earlier chapters, she went in a ring around the graveyard because she always feels eerie when she's there. So that's something that needed to be incorporated into the text, actually. Vesper feels. Did I just erase it if I was using ink? What on earth? Yes, Vesper needs to feel eerie graveyard. Yeah, I do actually have a little bit of a let's just go here, and then we have the nope, that's not it. I have a cross section here. So that's something from our beautiful, this beautiful cross section is from one of our prep live streams. And so she's trapped down in these catacombs. There's going to be a vent somewhere. There's not going to be a rope yet, at least, or if ever. And then that vent is going to like go up to the graveyard or something along those lines. So she's going to feel eerie somewhere down here. And that's also because the reason she felt eerie around the graveyard was actually the spirits from the catacombs. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Let's just go like this. And so we are in chapter 4, the call to adventure. All right. Okay. So let's have a bit of a read of where Vespa was as we left her, so that we can better begin. So yeah, she's just found a bird who's like whispering really, really gently, like, oh, there's a new subscriber as well, Mythic. Hey, welcome to this stream. Welcome to the channel. Isn't that nice? I hope you're going to have fun. Well, I know I have. So, Vesper, but yeah, she sort of realizes that she's in the dark still. She's holding the little bird, and sort of realized that she doesn't know a way out. Yes. Vesper began to look around, even if she still couldn't see much at all. You wouldn't have to know a way out, or at least something to make it so we can see, would you? She asked, turning to the bird in her arms. The replying whistle sounded to Vesper as a no. I thought so, she continued, looking around the darkness again, as if she would somehow be able to see something more. Maybe we should try and find the torch. I'm pretty sure that it fell down with me, Vesper concluded. Oh no, you can't see it. There we are. Sorry about that. Well, I was just reading anyway. Mythic saying, glad to be taking a journey of storytelling together. Oh yes, I am super happy to hear that as well. So you're also doing the NaNoWriMo challenge. We are a couple of people doing it on in the chat as well. That's awesome to hear. Fell down with me, Vesper concluded. Do you want to join Vesper of the Vigorous Oath in a quest for the light? She asked, with a little more nervousness rising in her heart. The gentle whisper. The gentle whistle. This is supposed to be whistle, not whisper. Whistle. The gentle whistle came immediately as Vesper posed the question. It wasn't as weak as just a little time ago. She could already feel the bird accepting the heat from her own body, all of which made Vesper truly happy despite their current situation. She's of course trapped down in catacombs, dark catacombs. Vesper of the Vigorous Oath could hardly believe it, Vesper began in her special narration voice. She set out to save the day and the innocent townspeople from the dreaded worm beast, and ended up with a brave companion to fight the evil and bring light to darkness. And a confirming, though still gentle and somewhat weak whistle came as the reply. Vesper could hardly contain her excitement, though her aching body made sure that she would. The first quest of our heroes, Vesper of the Vigorous Oath and the Gentle Whistler, Vesper continued, will be to find the torch of the dragon's breath. Only with that will they be able to vanquish the evil lurking in the dark. And once it is found, our heroes must find a way to... Vesper's heart and excitement suddenly dropped. Find a way to... Vesper repeated. She had realized that even if they somehow managed to find a torch, they didn't have any way to light it. It was as if the darkness had something. And now we're off. Day 6 of NaNoWriMo. It was as if the darkness had sucked all of her newfound so we already wrote excitement up here. Maybe we just Is there a different word for excitement? Well, isn't this a great start? With 3 words in and we're already looking enthusiasm. Yeah, we can use that. Definitely. Already sucked her newfound enthusiasm. Newfound in the day I learn to write ease, enthusiasm will be a great day for me and therefore the world. Suck all of a newfound enthusiasm away. If they didn't have a light, there was no way the 2 of them would be able to find their way out. Be able to find their way out. Or maybe even find a way. Maybe even find a way to call for help. Even find a way to call. A way to call for help. Oh, sugar. To call for help. Help. There we go. Besides, who would they even call? Okay, that sounds like they have phones. They don't. Who would... who would be able to come and help them? No one except for Sire Brendan knew that she was down there, was down here, wherever it was. They were down there. They were down there. Wherever I feel like wherever is one word. Wherever. Yeah. Wherever here was Vesper couldn't believe. Still had trouble believing what she had seen and heard. Sire Brendan was going to sacrifice, to kill the Grand Protector. Grand Protector Baldric. Full stop. And only Vesper knew about it. Maybe we should have said first, like, her rationalizing that it is indeed Sire Brendan that she thinks she saw. She was sure that the blue hooded cloaked such a bad way to such a bad thing to bad name for him. Blue hood cloaked. Man. Why does it say main? Man. Was Sire Brendan. Who else could it be? He had just been in the temple. No, yeah. He had just been in the temple. Before walking outside the narrow windows, before walking outside the narrow windows. Before walking outside the narrow windows, and his cloak had the exact same blue color. To think that the son of the evening, to think that the son of the evening, of the evening, to think that the son of the evening would be able to betray the Grand Protector, betray the Grand Protector like that. If Vespa hadn't been so badly hurt, if Vespa hadn't been so badly hurt and in this position, no, that doesn't make sense. And If Vesper hadn't been so badly hurt. And so, I don't know. And so negative. And in such a terrible situation. She would have she would have stormed up to the Grand Protector himself. And told him all about what Sire Brendan intended. Sacrifice and the flood and all, whatever the flood was. And the flood and all and everything whatever this flood was. Vesper was certain that it was what Afia would have done. And so she would do it as well. She would do the same. We're soon done with page 33 already. We're not even an hour in, but I guess to be fair, it was just like half a page that we needed to write. So, yeah, whatever. Yes. I want to make some tea. This one. Oops. Maybe I should actually hold on the handle of the mug. Oh, it's feisty water. It's jumping all around. By the way, have you seen this cool mug? The Marauders map. So when it heats up, it shows Hogwarts. I think that's pretty cool. And also I bought it before J.K. Rowling went all Voldemort. So but the situation that Vespa and the bird was indeed terrible. Oops. Was indeed terrible. The darkness the cold and damp room the howling winds and the eerie feeling, the strong eerie feeling now. Seemed to take over Vespa's mind, seemed to take over, occupy, siege, approve, embrace, no, annex, borrow, confiscate, siege to... I guess siege could be a cool word. That's also kind of fantasy-like. Siege. Blockade. Yeah, let's go with siege. Seem to siege. Her mind. Vespa sniffled. And a tear began making its way down her cheek, her one cheek. That sounds like she only has one cheek and like chopped half her face off for some reason. Her cheek. Resulting in a slight burn. Resulting in a slight burn. As it crossed, as it crossed the scrape. Is it called a scrape? Scarpe. Scrape. It was not. Graze abrasion. Graze, I never heard that word before. Crossed a graze. Vespa didn't seem to take much notice of it though. Her body was so beaten up. Well, if that wasn't page 33, 34. Her body was so beaten up and hurt already. So beaten up and hurt already. Hurt all over. That's definitely not in one word. Hurt all over. So hurt all over. I kind of feel like I keep writing something and then extending that sentence and realizing that I wanted to end the sentence with what I wrote before. Yeah, I don't know why that keeps happening. I do feel like this particular chapter is going to need a lot more editing and revision than the other three. I guess we say already heard all over. Already heard all over. hurting all over. And she suddenly felt very tired. Gently clutching the bird in her arms. Gently clutching the bird in her arms. Vesper sat down. She felt like it was the only thing. She felt like it was the only thing. She was able to do. In the darkness. And her older sister always said it was good to take a break and think things through. Always said that it was a good idea to take a break and think things through. Except and even though it was cold, the stone wall still felt nice to lean against. Vesper tried to remember the last time. She sat down that day. If it was indeed still the same day, if it was indeed still the same day. This should probably be another paragraph. Same day. Sat down the day. Vesper didn't know either. Vesper didn't know either. Maybe the last time. Maybe the last time she sat down. Was in the blacksmith. As brother 2 prepared the crate of warhammers, or whatever it's going to be, the crate of warhammers for the delivery and she didn't actually know how long. She didn't actually know how long she had been lying. How long she had been lying away from you. Wow. She's lying been lying on the floor after her fall. In fact, she didn't even remember anything after falling down. She didn't even remember anything. After the man in the blue hooded cloak, the man in the blue hooded cloak. No, not and. The man in the blue hooded cloak released her hand. Yeah, released her hand. Let go of her hand. Let go of her hand. And she fell. She started falling, and she fell down the hole. What on earth was that sign that I just did? It was like an H, but with this one, it's like a hybrid between an H and a T. That's when you know you're going crazy, when you invent letters, new letters, just because you've been writing so much for NaNoWriMo. Just gonna add that actually. Inventing letters. Do you have any idea how we're going to get out? Idea how we're going to get out? She asked the bird in her arms. The gentle whistle came back as a no. Can we say that? I don't know. I can now. Came back as another no. Came back. Can you say that? Can you say that? Mythic says I've done that too many times. What the can you say that? Can you even say that part? Or the inventing of new letters accidentally. But it's good to hear that I am experiencing the exact same things as other people also doing this crazy challenge. Too bad. Whisper sniffled. And put her head against the wall. Inventing new letters within the mix of cursive and print. That is my handwriting. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to know that I'm not the only person who done that. I don't know if I'm proud of it, to be honest, though. I feel like it's something we should be proud of. That we're so creative that we can invent new letters, even though we don't know what they mean, and they have no meaning. Who cares about meaning? Meaning is just a bunch of letters jumbled together anyway, right? Totally. Vespa sniffled. I wish my older sister was here. She added. As a couple of new tears started flowing. Another gentle whistle. Whisper thought that this one sounded rather like the bird trying to comfort her. Yes. And it did the job somewhat. No. Thank you. she said. And hugged it, held it closer. Held the bird closer without hurting it. Held the bird closer without hurting it. But I don't like it. But I don't like it down here. It's dark and scary. And I miss my older sister. My older Vespa wiped the tears away. The tears away from her face. After which she wiped her nose. After which she wiped her nose. If a fire was here, I think I'm about to close the chapter, so she's gonna say like if a fire was here, she would do something cool. You know, she really looks up to her older sister. So of course in her mind, her older sister would just be like, she wouldn't be scared. And she would take care of Vespa, ask us if we were okay. And then maybe she can actually hear a fire calling for her. Yeah, so like a fire is coming to get her, coming to rescue her. Yeah, so I kind of want this. I would like to have this little bit like comedic scene, right? Of her saying something, Vespa saying, "Oh, this is gonna happen," and then she would do like this, and then she would say this, and then she hears a fire saying that. And then going like, yeah, exactly. And then realizing, oh my god, a fire is here. That's like, I would like to have it play out like that, but I'm not entirely certain how we get there. Maybe this orange have the answers. Orange with answers. If a fire was here, she continued. Continue it. She wouldn't be scared at all. Wow, that was a lot of L's in that all. My older sister would take care of us. And know exactly what to do and how to get out. Know exactly what to do and how to get out. Oh, maybe we can think like how to get out. Maybe we could like, there's a little bit of background lore, a little bit of world building as well, but have Vesper is pretty adventurous. She's pretty curious. She does a whole narrating her own life, her own imagination thing. So I don't think it's out of the question that she tends to end up in a lot of trouble. I don't actually remember if I wrote that into her character. So get distracted, easily stubborn, yeah. Yeah, I didn't. Maybe we should add that she gets into trouble a lot. Or actually, Vesper told the bird. She would never have ended up in this situation. Why do I always do this? That question. Was more for herself. For herself. Then the bird. The bird is the word. And oh, we're closing in on page 34. Let's go. It's more for herself than the bird, and she didn't wait for one of its gentle whistles. Which came anyway. Before continuing. This is turning into quite a long paragraph, and I'm not entirely sure not entirely sure if it should be 2 paragraphs. I guess we could do a new paragraph there. Yeah, that makes sense, because then the first one is thank you, but I'm sad, it's scary. If I was here, she continued. Yeah. It's just a little weird to have. I usually have 1 paragraph for one person talking, and then another person, or in this case, the bird, responds in a new paragraph, and then, you know, change who's having the word. I don't think that's the phrase in English. Whose word it is, like that. But yeah, the paragraph is just just been going on forever. Also, we have repeat of continuing. Repeat. Wow, I lost my train of thought again. Yay! I did sleep terribly last night, so I'm definitely not... Like yesterday, I was just all, let's go, I'm so ready. That's also, I guess, why we ended up doing 7 pages, writing 7 pages, a little over 7 pages instead of 6, as we usually do. And even figuring out a new name. Today I was just... It's been a little bit zombie mode all day, I gotta say. So she's continuing to talk. If I always have to come and get me. Like that time. Okay, so let's try to make a memory now. So she's adventurous. She is a tiny girl. She's a fae folk, Fayan. She's living among paladins, knights, at a castle, a keep. What kind of shenanigans could she be up to? Like that time when maybe it's something similar, like she ended up in a hole. Ended up in a pit. When I fell down the well. Yeah. When I fell down the well in Riverford. Yeah, because Black River's Keep would not have a well, I guess. Because the water would be black and dead. You should have seen her. Should have seen her. She didn't get mad. Not at first, anyway. Not at first, anyway. Not until I told her of the sea monster. That lived down there. I have to say, I'm really happy about Vespa, and like she's so imaginative and easily distracted that I had to slay. And she so much wants to be a hero. Maybe not fell down then. Imagination. But she what? Didn't get mad, not until I told her the sea monster that lived down there and that I had to slay it anyway. But she was so... But she was so quick and knew exactly what to do. Fast. I still remember her yelling. As I was sitting down, all wet, down there. All wet, in the bucket. Vespa. Are you down there? I don't know if this is too on the nose, like if it's too, how would you say, too fabricated, if it's not real enough, but I don't know, if that's for editing, I guess. Vespa, are you down there? She yelled, all concerned. Vespa. Are you down there? A voice came from somewhere up high. a familiar voice. Familiar voice came from up high. Somewhere in the darkness. In the darkness. Yes, and that was page 34. Let's move on to page 35. Oh, yes. Yay, indeed, Mythic. That's the spirit. Thank you so much for being so enthusiastic about turning the pages. Yes. I love it. And that's... So we have like 1, 2, 3 pages left until we are done with day 8. I don't know if you can see it. The day 8 marker, until we reach the day 8 marker. It's only day 6. Yes, exactly. Vesper told the bird in arms. Like that. But only a little less. A little less concerned. A little less concerned. Do we have another word for concerned? Worried? A little less worried, since she had seen me. Since she had seen me fall into the well. It took a minute and another gentle whistle. Took a minute and another gentle whistle. Before Vesper realized what was happening. Vespa? The voice yelled again. This time a little more in distress. This time a little more in distress. A fire. Vespa yelled as she tried to stand up. UP up. Oh, I'm all out of tea. The bird didn't quite agree. With the sudden motion. Didn't quite agree with the sudden motion. Which it told Vespa. With some angry screeches. Angry screeches. And attempts to bite, to bite. To bite her hand. Her hand holding it. To bite her hand holding it. This should probably be another paragraph. I do that a lot right today. Why do I do that a lot? Forget to change paragraphs. Vesper almost didn't notice it though. Only having her thoughts, only having only having I. Her older sister. Only having I for her older sister. Once again, coming to her rescue. Oops. A fire! I'm down here. That's an M. Supposed to be an M. Stay where you are. A fire yelled back. Relief filling her voice. Oh, I just realized something. I forgot to write it. Oh, man. I just realized that we should probably mention that she's really sad she couldn't even deliver the glove gauntlet back, and then realizing that she's lost it somewhere down there. Oh well. That'll either have to come later or in the edit. Could use it though to fill out some stuff, to fill out some words here. Really feeling her voice. I'm coming down. Vesper could hardly believe it. Oops. Believe it. Maybe as instead, as she heard a fire climbing down. A light slowly revealing itself at the far end of the room, of the dark room. All of the bad emotions washed away. Suddenly Vesper wasn't so scared. Suddenly Vesper wasn't so scared. Suddenly her body didn't seem to ache that much. To hurt. That much. And suddenly the damp coldness wasn't so damp and cold. Well, if this isn't poetry, I don't know what is. Wasn't so damp and cold. Her feeling of eeriness eeriness was still the same though. Feeling with eeriness was still the same though. But Vespa's happiness overtook overwhelmed that. Overwhelmed. Overwhelmed that. I takt med. No. Has. It's the light coming down the rope. Became stronger. It looks like today it's M's that I can't write. Became stronger. M's and P's. And now R's. R's. Yes. And then fire something. How much are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, about 7 pages long. All right. It is becoming longer than I would have than I expected it to be. Though I don't think it's going to be like 9, 10 handwritten pages long like the other chapters. fire something. And then how do we say Kyoto? Medieval everyday clothing and knights. How did medieval knights dress when not in battle? Did they wear normal, expensive medieval clothes? Did they have some sort of uniform or a badge? And did change, and so what a knight wore in the early medieval could be dramatically different. Some of our sources come from illustrated manuscripts, blah blah blah. Knights and most often depicted in combat. Tunics, that's the word I was looking for, I think. A normal tunic. And then with a small jump a fire was there, still holding on to the rope, still holding on to the rope. Still holding on to the rope. She wasn't wearing her armor anymore. But instead oh my god, I don't know how to spell. But instead a simple dark blue tunic and dark trousers. With a lantern. Lantern stuck to her. With a lantern stuck to her what? To her belt. To her hide belt. Her tunic was sporting the... So a fire is quite important here in at the Black River's Keep. Like she's the actual... I don't quite know how I want to say that, but she's the actual best paladin at this keep. Though because of a misunderstanding or mistranslation in myths and legend, she was passed over for the title of the Son of the Evening because, well, it's a patriarchal society and they thought Son of the Evening would be son as in son and daughter, as in spawn of the evening, and not sun as the glowing star in the sky. So instead she's the right hand of the Grand Protector, sporting the sapphire. Sapphire gemmed in the shape of a teardrop, golden brooch, showcasing analysis, signifying her title as the Grand Protector's water hand. If you guys go into my 1-minute stories and you listen or read Burn the World, you will notice that Ascan is Firehand, and so I'm sort of keeping with the tradition here and having the second in command, the right hand of the leader, be called a water hand, because Paladins is all about water magic, right? Mythic says, that's awesome. I love the idea of a prophecy being misinterpreted over something so realistic as similar sounding words, especially if the prophet/seer was either the one who misinterpreted or it wasn't written down, so the ones who received it were the ones at fault. Yes, exactly. That's the exact thing that I'm going for. That it's the one who received it who misheard it or misinterpreted it. I'm quite happy with it as well. The only problem is that I think it only works in English, maybe in German as well. So I'm Danish, and I'm going to translate everything to Danish as part of my revision process and editing process. And the Danish word for son, as in son and daughter, is søn, which is actually quite close, and might be the root of where the English word sun came from. But the Danish word for the sun is sol, S-O-L, instead of S-Ø, and we have the weird Danish letter Ø, Ø-N, as in sun. So there's a mismatch there. It makes way more sense that it was misheard in English, because it's a play on the words, right? Than it does in, well, at least Danish and maybe other languages as well. It might work in German as well, but I'm not going to translate it to German. But I'm happy that you picked up on that. I think it's quite cool as well. I just need a way to, because it's actually going to be like a subplot point, and I need a way to incorporate that into the story that I'm not quite sure of. But yeah. And also it's not going to have a big not a big, the title, the myth, the legend is not going to have really a huge impact on the story of this book. It's going to have much more impact in at least the third book in this trilogy, when I ever get there. Okay, where were we? The tunic was sporting the sapphire gemmed in the shape of a teardrop, golden brooch, signifying. That should probably be rewritten slightly. Signifying the time of the adventure is what I meant. Vespa had always loved that piece of jewelry, that piece of jewelry. Mythic says, yeah, different translation poses a complicated problem to solve. Perhaps the one who gave the prophecy speaks in an ancient language whose words for sun and sun is also similar to the translators. Or the translator's version was all that survived, and so couldn't be disputed by anyone else who happened to know the dead language. Something like that. I'll be honest, I haven't quite sat down and written down this is the background lore, but I have an idea about it. I definitely want, that might be that what you say, that might be a change that would need it to happen in the in a translated version. That could be it. Or, well, in my mind, it's because the person who passed on the myth, the legend to the paladins, who had nothing to do with the Black River's Keep or the history of Black River's Keep, where this story takes place. It was delivered orally, right? And maybe right before he died or something. or she died, whatever. And then, as part of this story, Vesper here is going to find it written down somewhere. Written down here in the catacombs, when she's gonna come back with light sources, basically. Because she's going to come back to investigate the voice that she heard earlier. And she's going to come back prepared. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm not... Yeah. So, but there's definitely something. Oh, maybe it could also be like a... what's it called? Disingenuous attempt to change the legend. I've also thought of that. So, you know, in a patriarchal society with a religion that is really strict and harsh and like basically controlling people's lives, as the teachings of the 5 pillars is in this world, it's not a big jump to make that someone like a high priest, a high chapter they're called, would intentionally want to misinterpret the legend to make sure that a man would be the one to keeping the title, right? Mythic says, I had a story where I scrapped the prophecy so many times and I still haven't sold it to this day. Been shelved for a year now. You know, it's... Yeah, I'm sure you'll solve it sometime. I'm sure once, like, you're gonna be making dinner or on a walk or something, and then it's just gonna be, wow, okay, there it is, I solved it. And then in all of your excitement, you're gonna go home, write it down, and just gonna be an amazing prophecy. I also have a prophecy in this that is still not done, and I think we're close to the point where I need to write it for the story. But it might be a good thing for NaNoWriMo, because it's just all about quick decisions, right? You have to move on. You can't let yourself get blocked, and then you have to fix it later. Yeah, maybe says that's a good one too. A purposeful alteration done by a manipulative, all-powerful organization. Yeah, exactly. I quite like that angle as well. Because it also says something about the religion, right? That they're not all goody-goody. Precisely, it'll hit us at a random time for sure. Stuff like that usually hits me right before I go to bed. Or like I'm lying in bed and I'm tired and I need to sleep. And then for some reason it's just straight into the head. And I just can't go to sleep because of it. So I have to write it down. That happened quite a lot. Happened with this story as well in the prep for it. Yeah, same. I think that's something that happens to a lot of people who try to create things. Also on that note, I don't know if any of you guys know the comedy rock band called Ninja Sex Party on, well, YouTube or Spotify, whatever. They've just released a Halloween song that was called, well, it was called Zombie Handjob. It's called Halloween song now, but it's about a zombie handjob. And the singer of, one of the singers in that band is part of Game Grumps, the Let's Play YouTubers. And he talked about 10 years ago that the band members were trying to make this song, but they just couldn't figure out how to make it funny. And they had tried for years at that point. And then for Halloween this year, in 2025, so they finally released the song. So they had spent well over 10 years with that song until they finally cracked the code. Now, it's not my favorite song of them, but I just think it's funny to think of the process. That you can actually spend so long on a song you think is a good idea, but you can't really crack the code for it to make it a good idea. And then suddenly 10, 12 years later, you got it. I mean, can you imagine the relief of that happening? Actually, let's have that as a bit of a highlight here. 0 to 23. Good ideas and making them actually good. Vesper always loved that piece of jewelry, and she loves it even more now. Even more now that it was shining from the candlelight of the lantern. The lantern that a fire was now holding up. Fire was now holding up. I'm just gonna be right back. I just need to quick bathroom break. So yeah, we're back. And I'm back. Okay. Fire was now holding up. Whoops. Sister, you came. Vespa. Excitedly yelled. Ugh, you can't have that. It's so terrible. Looks so terrible. Excitedly. Excitedly. Oh, look at how close we are to ending page 35. Oh, yeah. She desperately tried to hold back her tears as she ran into the light, out of the darkness and into the light, out of the darkness. And into the light. Passing what looked to be actually she was holding with the little bird still in her arms. Whether or not the tears were because of happiness. Or... Oh my god. I feel like this passage is more... almost more correcting myself than it is actual words. Words being written the first time, correctly the first time around. Or her body aching. She wasn't sure. Maybe it was a bit of both. A mix. A mix of both. But Vespa didn't care. It was almost as if she could feel the lantern warming her. Warming her more and more. As she ran, past strange half buried. Hey, that was page 25, 35, not even 25, 35. We're doing so much better than 25. Oh yeah. Page 36. Yes. Have buried statues. Have buried statues into the stone. Does that make sense? Into stone platforms. Too small. Stone platforms. Each one wielding a different weapon. Clutching? Resting? That she didn't take much notice of. This is a long sentence. Take much. That didn't really take much notice of. Yeah, there's definitely some editing because it should probably be as she ran past strange statues half buried into small stone platforms. Which one with a different weapon that she didn't take much notice of. She was almost as if she could feel the lantern warming her more and more. A warmth that was much needed. Okay. Warmth. Yes. Okay, so now I'm just thinking about, so the end of the chapter is gonna come now, but I'm just thinking about like how I want the chapter to actually end. Wow. I don't know how to write that. Maybe it doesn't need to be overly complicated. Maybe it should just be Vespa reaching a fire, hugging her leg, and like feeling her hand caressing the hair, something. I like the idea of Vespa for a moment forgetting that she has this small bird. She's clutching the small bird, and then she's just hugging a fire. And the chapter ending with the bird screeching angrily because of it. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it like that somehow. Mm-hmm. For a moment, Vespa forgot that she was holding a small and injured little bird. Small injured little bird as she probably not violently, I was about to say violently, but it's probably not violently, eagerly, that's better, eagerly clutched or hugged. I feel like clutched is more, yeah, clutch is better. Just so you're with me, I just looked it up in my dictionary. Clutched a fire's leg. She eagerly clutched the fire's leg and let the tears flow. Flow freely. the very next moment, the very next moment, however, Vespa was reminded of the fact of that exact fact, that exact as the little bird angrily screeched. This should probably be another paragraph. As the little bird angrily screeched, and once again, I guess while once again trying to bite Vespa's hand. In an attempt to avoid getting squeezed. Squeezed. And that, I believe, is chapter 4. Yay! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it turned out to be 8 pages long as well, actually. Well, 7.5 maybe. And that means we're moving on to chapter number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, this is chapter number 5. Don't tell me that NaNoWriMo is making me lose my mind. Because I already know. And we're only 6 days in. That means 24 more days of craziness. That was awesome. Thank you. That is very much appreciated. Okay, so just gonna put this one down here and go over to our chapter overview, and we are coming dangerously close to where my outline of the story has stopped. Refusal of the Call, chapter 5, is the last part of the story that I managed to outline before NaNoWriMo started. So I need to do some stuff before the stream starts. I don't think we're gonna end chapter 5 today, but maybe it'll end tomorrow. But I definitely need to continue my outlining off stream, because that doesn't count towards our total words. Okay, so chapter 5. We have now passed from the call to adventure, which was in the hero's journey, which was Vesper finding out that of the conspiracy of the plot to kill the Grand Protector, the leader of the Paladins of the Vigorous Oath. And we're now moving on to the next step in the hero's journey, which is refusal of the call. So now we need to have Vesper refuse to do something about this. In Star Wars episode 4, A New Hope, this is where Luke initially does not want to join Obi-Wan in bringing back the droids to in starting up the rescue of Princess Leia and bringing the droids to the rebellion, I guess. But he's like, I can take you as far as the Mos Eisley space station or something. And then something happens, which is his moisture farm, or his uncle and aunt's moisture farm, and Uncle Owen and Beru is getting killed, and he takes up the mantle anyway. He accepts the call anyway. So I have the main plot here is that we are back in Afia's and Vesper's room. Vesper's in the bed. Afia is healing her wounds with blessed water. Vesper convinces her to also heal Lemon. Afia being reluctant because the blessed water is supposed to be used for cleansing the lands and the water around the keep. Vesper tells Afia what she saw and she heard in the dungeon, and then asks about what the flood is. Afia is telling a little bit about it, because how much does she really need to know about the doomsday prophecy of an ancient religion, of an old religion? And then Afia dismisses her claim that the Son of the Evening, Sire Brendan, should be planning to kill the Grand Protector. And she excuses it with saying that Vesper must have imagined it, like she imagines all of her adventures. And she actually gets quite annoyed at Vesper, telling her to go to sleep and recover her strength. And then Afia also promises to go back into the catacombs because of the other person that Vesper heard down there. Now, this could also take place the day after, so Vesper woke up to being in her room. But then we sort of have two, then Afia had already gone back down into the catacombs, and she can dismiss the fact that someone would be down there. I think that makes more sense, because we want, in chapter 6, we want Vesper to venture down into the catacombs herself. And she's not going to do that unless Afia, her older sister, is dismissing her. Claims that there's someone else down there. Problem with that is then we have two chapters that opens with Vesper waking up. One from the fall, another from sleep. Maybe that's something for editing and we just go with it. But anyway, I want this chapter to introduce that Vesper is actually being raised by Afia. She's not her older sister, but she's actually raising her. She's not her mother either, but she's like the main parent anyway. I want to introduce the Paladin's healing abilities with the Blessed Water, and a little bit more about what the Blessed Water is. I've already introduced it personally in my story Danger, my short story Danger, but it should probably be introduced here as well. And also the Paladin's general mission of cleansing the dead lands and rivers around Black River's Keep. I don't remember if the High Chapter already talked about that in... Yeah, I guess we already said it here. The High Chapter Arwen said it. Besides the one in Havenbring, and we need all of it to cleanse these lands. Maybe we reiterate it here then. So let's reiterate. Paladins. The Paladin's general mission of cleansing the land and rivers. And then we are also told more about the flood as this introduction. Subplot is that a fire is hiding the fact from that the Paladins are already aware of the Temple of the Drowned, who are these cultists that Vesper saw and heard down in these dungeons. Yeah, she's not going to tell Vesper about that, but maybe she's going to say something that it sort of slips her mind, I guess. Yes, so and the tension here should be none too light. This is very much a exposition chapter, I guess you could say. Sort of like we had some medium to light tension. We had some medium to high tension as Vesper figured out the conspiracy and was chased. And then we had some light to medium tension because she was scared down in the catacombs thingy. And now we should, it's a rise and fall type of thing. It's not supposed to be like a good mixtape that is all rise, if you've seen How I Met Your Mother. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so what did we conclude here? We concluded that Vesper should probably wake up the next morning. So a little time has passed, of course. I think I also want to introduce the reason why why Vespa had this, how would you say, have this wild imagination and keeps imagining herself as this hero who needs to slay monsters. So if he like wakes up with a book containing all of the heroic adventures of some knight, that could be pretty fun. Like it's just like a throwaway line that says so much about Vespa and her personality, or like where she gets it from. Yes, let's go with that. So we start a new chapter with, actually just realized what the time was, and I'm actually going to get some food soon, but let's start this chapter so we can jump right back into things. The warm rays of the twin suns gently. Okay, we've used gently a lot. That has become a crutch word. Crutch. Question mark. Gently woke Vespa up. She was back in her own bed. Bedding. So bedding. Mivik says, hope you continue having a fruitful writing session. Gotta go for now, but I'll pop back in when I can. You are most welcome, Mivik, and thank you so much for joining. And yeah, I hope when you have the time that you'll pop back in. And good luck and good fun with your own writing. See you around. She was back in her own bed. Of symbol hay bedding. Symbol hay bedding. Not with the small bird, the little bird in her arms anymore. But instead a volume of the great adventures of the Night Sire. We need a name. It's naming time. Behind the name. Masculine. Meanings. And let's go with random renamer as well. Something about war. That could be something. Army battle war. Maybe hero. Let's go with hero. It's gotta be a lot of hero champions. An, Badur, Batar, Bahadir, Balder, Patrice, Patras, Batyr, Hera, Hero, Heron, Camp Neil. That doesn't sound very... Sorry to anyone named Neil, but that doesn't sound very fantasy hero-esque. Oh, Niall, from the Irish name Niall. Which is of disputed origin, possibly connected to the old Celtic root Ni2, fury, passion. Nia, hero. A deviation of Nell has also been suggested. Cloud. In the Middle Ages, the name was adopted by Norse raiders in Ireland in the form of Njal. The Norse transmitted to England and Scotland. Oh, Sire Niall. Oops. There we go. Of Sire Niall. Not with the little bird and arms anymore, but instead a volume of the great adventures of the Knight Sire Niall. It was her favorite one. Favorite. The one with all the dragons in it. Yes, the one with all the dragons in it. Good morning. Good morning. My little ray of sunshine. She's not gonna say that because this is a fire talking, of course, and a fire is not gonna say little ray of sunshine. What's my little rain cloud? She could also just say my beloved. My little beach umbrella. I don't know why I thought of that. Good morning. Okay, a cute little nickname that involves something with water. Yes, I'm gonna go with my little rain cloud. Let's not dwell on it. My little rain cloud. And then name TBD. Fire set. Okay, problem with calling her my little rain cloud, since you've just been crying. I think, yeah, maybe not. Like that could be misconstrued as a fire. As a fire, like not making as her making fun of her, basically. Good morning, my little rain cloud. A fire said. And set on Vespers. She removed the book. Ooh, all the dragons and elves. She removed the book and gently and gently, softly, thank you. softly caressed. Vespa's hair, crimson hair. Did you sleep all right? Did you sleep well? Vespa yawned. Oh my god, I'm going to yawn as well. Vespa yawned. And sat herself up. Does that make any sense? Sat herself up as well. I think so. She answered. While rubbing her eyes. Ouch. Her bumps, grazes, and wounds protested. Waking her up almost immediately. I think you did. The fire lovingly said. Lovingly said. You slept all of yesterday. slept through all of yesterday. True. I don't think I've ever seen you this tired. Don't think that I've ever seen you. Oh. This tired out before. Lovingly said. Did I really? Sleep through a whole day? Vesper asked in this be. I'm going to stop temporarily there because I will need a break and because I need to get some food. So I'm just gonna go in here and then let me just see. The fires and the candles lit up, so did the flames of the fireplace. Okay, you're not supposed to hear that yet. I don't know if you can hear that yet. What did I want? I want to go in here and say be back at. I'm gonna have 15 minutes and then I'm gonna show you guys some calamity.
Always eluded her braid under control. Okay. She was standing by the dinner table made of solid dark granite.
Let's just
the matching granite chair she was sitting on.
Yoink.
Calamity. Journey is one.
See you in 50 minutes, guys.
The fires and the candles lit up, so did the flames of the fireplace. They always did that when Huorhun was agitated. Furious might be a better word, judging by the roars coming from the hearth. In fact, the heat was getting a little too much, even for a dwarf, so Tu-Wei-Han took a step away from the blazes. He looked at his wife with apprehensive hazel eyes. "You are not leaving," Huorhun almost shouted, trying to get some of her fiery red hair, those strands that always eluded her braid, under control. She was standing by the dinner table made of solid dark granite. The matching granite chair she was sitting on moments earlier had been toppled over when she jumped to her feet in anger. Huorhun let out an irritated groan as she gave up on the flaming red locks, turning her attention back to Tu-Wei-Han. "By the slumbering giants, who put this stupid idea in your head?" Huorhun asked. The question was followed by a stare so intense it seemed as if she was trying to light her husband on fire that very second. Tu-Wei-Han looked at the black leather jerkin in his hands. He was wearing his brown one already, on top of a dark green linen shirt, ready to leave as soon as he was done packing. His grey woolen travel cloak was hanging by the door. The Chapitas and their entourage are leaving Shina Kien to spread the teachings of the 5 pillars to more lands, and they're in dire need of craftsmen, so I figured I would lend them my skills as an iron artisan, Tu-Wei-Han explained as he placed the black jerkin in his travel chest. "And what? Because they asked you nicely, you're just gonna uproot your whole life and leave me behind?" Huorhun asked as she took a sudden step forward. In her current state, she didn't notice that she almost tripped on her black silken kun skirt, embroidered with beautiful red and ember roses. "When were you planning on telling me about this?" "No, it's just that..." "Just what?" Huorhun interjected with a sharp voice. "Hu," Tu-Wei-Han pleaded. You have to calm down." He tried to speak in his calmest voice as sweat started to form on his forehead. "Don't hoo-hoo me," Hua-hun protested, never breaking her stare. Tu-Wi-Han could feel her eyes like ruby red daggers that bore into his soul. He wasn't sure which was worse, that or the blazing heat. "No, Tu-Wi-Han paused for a moment to make sure that he chose the right words. "I didn't just mean me, I meant the both of us. I want you to go with me so we can continue working together as we always have, and being together. I mostly want you to travel with me so we never have to be apart. It's true, I've already made preparations for you to join as well." Hua-hun replaced her stare with a look of angry confusion. "How long have you known that these humans were leaving?" For a second or two, Tu-Wi-Han just looked at his wife, and then he answered with a nervousness clinging to his voice. "For a couple of weeks." "For a couple of weeks!" A burst came from every source of fire in the Monarch Weaver household, as Hua-hun shouted the words back to her husband. "And for all this time it didn't occur to you to talk to me about this?" "It did, and I tried several times, but what?" "I just..." Tu-Wi-Han sent her another pleading look. "I just couldn't." Hua-hun wasn't quite sure what to do with that information. "Why couldn't you tell me?" she asked as the heat in the room dissipated a bit. "I was afraid of..." Tu-Wi-Han needed to find a little more courage before finishing the sentence. He knew how it sounded even if it was true. "Afraid of how you would react." He didn't look at her, but kept packing his wide-sleeved Shidu robes as he finished. Hua-hun tried to digest that answer. "And you thought this was the way to do it?" she finally muttered. "No, Tu-Wi-Han had nothing. The pair stood in silence, looking at each other. The daggers had dulled, however, as Tu-Wi-Han noticed the beginning of tears forming in the narrow corners of Hua-hun's eyes. Tu-Wi-Han was the first to break off as he went up the small steps to their bedroom for more clothes to pack. "Think of all the good we could do if we traveled together," Tu-Wi-Han said loudly from the other room. He didn't wait for a response before continuing. Somehow he found it easier to speak with his wife not in sight. "We could maybe even teach the humans some proper blacksmithing, you and I. You should see some of the flimsy tools and whatnot." Tu-Wi-Han chuckled a bit behind his small but full chestnut beard as he re-entered the large dining room. A chuckle that quickly faded as he saw Hua-hun standing in the exact same spot, not having moved a muscle, and she was still staring directly at him. "But most importantly," he added in a sincere tone, "we belong together, you and I, at the forge and in life." "Do we now?" Hua-hun countered. "And this is how you expressed to me that we belong together, by suddenly leaving, never having said anything to me." Tu-Wi-Han knew she was right, but dodged the question. "You have to come with me, Hu," he exclaimed, probably a bit louder than intended. "You know how great we are in the smithy together. When you are handling the fire and I'm at the anvil, I feel like we can make anything together. Things that could compare to what the first dwarves made in the stories." "Don't be ridiculous," Hua-hun scoffed as she dismissed her spouse's claim. "You know it, I know you do," Tu-Wi-Han continued. "When you truly feel the flames and the metal starts singing to me, I swear it's as close to magic as you can get." Tu-Wi-Han had stopped packing and instead walked towards Hua-hun. "And you also know that I'm not the only one to think so. Or do you question the will of our Green Empress?" No, Hua-hun did not question the Empress of Shinar-Kien, nor had she forgotten about her relieving Hua-hun from initiate at the Chamber of the Heart. The Empress had done so after Hua-hun and Tu-Wi-Han, as young teens, had snuck into the smithy of the Shield Shaper family. Against the wall next to the forge, they had found a crate of rare materials and used them to procure the most wonderful scepter that the Empress had ever seen. "Your dad was so angry when he first found out what we had done," Hua-hun said with a small smile as the slightly crooked teeth began to show. "And he had never been so proud as when he saw the Empress's reaction to the results of our little stunt. I think it also helped that she replaced all of the materials." Tu-Wi-Han gave another chuckle. He was standing right in front of Hua-hun now. "Sometimes I wonder if it was just because he didn't take a loss and not so much that the Green Empress engraced us with her kindness." They both looked at each other smiling, although Hua-hun's eyes were still wet. "But that's why the human needs us, Hu-Hu," Tu-Wi-Han said as he laid his rough hands on her for a dwarf narrow shoulders. Please, please come with me. I feel like we have to help them because we have so much to offer. Tuvehan had always been such a helpful and caring person, Huohun thought to herself. It was actually one of the biggest reasons that she loved him so much. He was always right there with a helping hand no matter the problem. But this was too much, even for him. Before she could say anything, however, Tuvehan spoke again. And isn't this what you always wanted? All perplexed by the sudden question, Huohun couldn't manage to get any other words out. You know, back when we used to skip my classes and your initiate duties in the Chamber of the Heart, when we explored every nook and cranny of Shinakien, pretending to be explorers of the humid jungles to the south, or finding ancient artifacts of the first dwarves in the frozen wastes of the north. Huohun did remember. In fact, those times when the two of them managed to sneak away were probably her happiest memories from her time as chamber initiate. Remember that time, Tuvehan continued, when we laid on the roof of one of the western guard towers looking out over the rice fields and watching the sun set on the vast lands beneath the giant? Again, of course, Huohun remembered. She clearly remembered sitting on those faded green roof tiles that stuck out from the side of the giant, feeling the last rays of the sun as they disappeared under the horizon. And she also clearly remembered the feeling of warmth when looking at Tuvehan lying down next to her with his eyes closed. I do remember, she said, smiling a little brighter. Keeper Jiaohan gave me a whack with the ever-burning staff and made me clean up the medicine chambers for 21 days after I came back. But it was all worth it. My heart keeper made me recite dusty old history books in front of my entire class, Tuvehan said, meeting her smile. And my mother made me promise never to see you again after that. He shrugged as they both laughed. I also remember that you, on that roof, made me swear that we would someday travel to the other slumbering giants that are out there. Tuvehan grabbed Huohun's hands and squeezed them ever so slightly. And I remember you making me this brooch out of twigs, leaves, and some sap so I wouldn't forget that promise. Huohun reached out for the brooch adorning Tuvehan's chest just above his heart. You've always worn it ever since, she stated, and felt her eyes welling up again. It was so long ago. I'm surprised it's still intact. I will never let it break, he told her, but I have had to mend it a lot. It's not made of the sturdiest of materials. Tuvehan's smile turned cheeky as she looked at Huohun, awaiting her response. This time it was her turn to let out a chuckle. You even wore it on top of your fancy brown shido when we wed. I did. That time it was you who made the promise and not me forcing you to swear, Huohun recalled. I did that too. It was important for me to let you know that I meant it. The two of them got back to simply standing there. Tuvehan was looking at his wife's fair, round face, while Huohun was fiddling with his brooch. The anger and desperation had left the room, if even for a moment. Huohun was the first to break the silence. I'll never forget the pain of waiting for you to turn 20 so we could get married, she said, still looking at the brooch. Me neither. And I'll never forget the pain that came next and was so very different either. Tuvehan pulled up the left sleeve of his green linen shirt, revealing a strip of scorched skin across the wrist. Huohun likewise pulled up the white sleeve of her new green rue, showing the matching mark on her right wrist. I don't know what I expected, Tuvehan said as he rubbed his scorched mark. I mean, they did pour molten lava over our joined arms, even if it was just for a couple of seconds. I didn't care, Huohun returned. They could have lowered me into the fiery heart itself if it meant that I could finally call you my own. Huohun caressed Tuvehan's cheek and his always neatly combed beard. And if nothing else, Tuvehan added, the look on our family's faces when Her Highness entered the heart chamber, wielding our scepter to name us monarch weavers, was incredible to say the least. I still think that your parents were a little disappointed that we wouldn't continue the line of shield shapers by name. If they did, they hit it well. I just remember both of them shining almost as much as your father and mother, and they seemed happy to simply be at the Chamber of the Heart that day. Well, you know how big it was for Mom and Dad, Huohun added. Being a rice tiller rarely grants you any privileges, so seeing her green grace up close was quite something. It's still my mom's favorite story to tell. I know, and I always let her share it when we visit. Tuvehan continued to smile, but Huohun's demeanor suddenly changed. But you're not gonna visit them anymore, are you? The silence fell upon the couple once more. This time it was Tuvehan to break it, though his smile had faded too. "I swore to you that I would take you to see the world," he said in a heartfelt tone of voice. "That I would take you to see the mists of Wu-Na-Kien, the frozen peaks of Sai-Na-Kien, the restless sleep of Hu-Na-Kien, or any of the other slumbering giants. This is me trying to finally keep that promise, or at least the start of it." Tuvehan had gone back to packing as he started listing the different giants sleeping across the world. He had found several belts, both for everyday work and some formal ones decorated with beautiful jade to take with him. "Come with me, Huhu, so we can explore when no dwarf ever has, just like we dreamed of doing. Huohun had trouble finding the words again. "Don't know what you're expecting of me." Part of her wanted to say yes to Tuvehan's proposal, to travel by the side of his spouse, help the humans, and see where it would take them. A bigger part of her, however, reminded her of what had happened so long ago when she was still living among the rice fields with her family. You, she stammered. Not like this. It's too similar, was all Huohun finally managed to say. Too similar to what? Tuvehan replied, having found a bunch of woolen pants to pack, mostly of grey and black, but also different shades of green and brown. You know, Huohun didn't want to think about it, much less say it out loud. She took a deep breath before finishing the sentence. About the time when they came. The memory of desperately looking over her shoulder as 3 elder heartkeepers led her from her family was a wound that had never truly healed. Of course Tuvehan knew what she was talking about, and he felt rather terrible for asking that question. Huhu, it's not gonna be like that time, he promised her. I'm not taking you anywhere against your will. But you're not giving me a choice, Huohun interrupted before Tuvehan could finish what he wanted to say. You are merely coming here and suddenly springing this huge thing on me and expecting me to follow? For all the slumbering giants out there, what did you think I would say? No, you didn't think that far. She once again didn't let her husband finish as the fires of the room burned brighter. You're giving me an impossible choice, and that's taking away control, and you know what that does to me and how much. Huohun could feel her body tensing. Suddenly it got harder to speak the words she wanted. She tried to take a deep breath as a means to go on. You can't do this, she finally managed to say. You have already made a choice, and then you put it on me to decide if we... Not now, Huohun thought. Not now of all times. I can't. Huohun started to stutter again. You can't. A 1,000 thoughts raced through her head as Huohun's body started to shut down. The thoughts drowned out anything she was trying to say, resulting in her just standing there in the middle of the room with a slightly open mouth, looking at nothing, not even her husband. Tuvehan had not moved either, but was staring at her with great concern.
Alrighty, we're back. I got my food. I think I want some more tea. And I hope you guys enjoyed that little tidbit from Calamity. I know I played it yesterday as well, but that was the entire video that I put on, and now I've done a little bit of editing. You know, so it makes more sense to use as a break, a form of break. I'm just gonna have a little bit more to eat, and then we'll get right back at it. So enjoy watching me eat. The plan is, with the breaks, to have these 15-minute breaks where I go make some dinner, which I found really nice. And then I will make my other short stories, this episodic So like part 2 of Calamity will be up tomorrow, then part 3 on Saturday. If I stream Saturday, I might not stream Saturday. Sunday then, and then we go on to Danger. And then we sort of just repeat them all. Alright. I can keep eating. I can definitely keep eating while we write, as I did always, all the other days, so it's not really anything new. So why don't we just go get right back into things here. We're soonish done with page 36. And then we got one more page until we reach the 8th daily day goal, at which point we'll probably write 1.5 page more. So we still got 3 pages left. I hope that sounds satisfactory, and I hope that, because I really wanna hit the almost around 6 page mark as well, since, as I mentioned, that I know that later in November there will be days where I won't be able to write much, if at all. Well, I'm always going to be writing something. I have my 15 minutes every day. But we're definitely going there's definitely going to be 4 days where I won't be live streaming. So yeah. We need to get as far ahead as we can, as soon as possible. Okay, so did I really sleep through a whole day? Vespa asked in disbelief. Disbelief. Looking around the small room. The room containing both hers and Afia's beds. Both her and Afia's beds. Their shelves. Shelves, drawers, and closets. Closets, maybe just one closet. Would it make sense for Afia to have the armor in her room? I don't think so. I think it would make sense to have the armor in like a barrack, something. Maybe she have a different set of armors. So it is summer. I was just thinking that maybe there should be a hearth in the room. What do we think of having a hearth in a room? That might not be terrible. But it might not make super much sense. It being summer meant that there was no need for a fire. Oh my fucking god. For a fire in the fireplace. Let's go with fireplace instead of hearth. A fireplace is a bit smaller, I feel like. You really did, my beloved. Have I answered? Have I answered? If I answered and walked. Oh my god. Walked to the table. Oops. Were her vials? Vials of blessed water. Stood. Fire's Warhammer. And Kite Shield. Also stood against the table, stood against the table, the table. Also stood against the table. Her paladin. Paladin. Armor. Being down in the barracks. Down. Oops. Down in the barracks. It must have been quite the fall. You had. I don't think I've ever seen you this. Don't think I've ever seen you this beat up this badly. It's maybe better. I don't think I've ever seen you. Hurt. Såret. Injured. Ever seen you injured this badly? This badly before? Not even at the time when you... So we have a little... I think this is a quite smart way of doing it. This clearly indicates that this isn't the first time that that Vespa has done something that got her injured. And it is quite a bad scenario, actually. So this alludes to something really bad has happened before, but Vespa now interrupts her as Vespa interrupts her fire as she's about to tell her, so we don't actually have to come up with the fact that, or come up with whatever a fire wanted to tell, right? It's sort of just like, it's just alluded to, it's out there, it was bad. Yeah, quite happy with that. So here, Vespa is of course realizing and quite concerned that the little bird is gone. She can't see the little bird. Where's the gentle whistler? Gentle whistler. Vespa interrupted. Realizing that she couldn't see the little bird she had saved. Saved in the darkness. Food, guys. Everybody needs food. Me included. Hey, we've done 4 hours today. Whoop whoop. So yeah, the bird, Lemon, is gonna be here. Of course. And then Vespa's gonna beg a fire to heal it. Maybe a fire saying that she's not sure how long it has. It has left to live. It looks quite badly hurt. And then Vespa begging her to heal it. Hopefully it managed to survive. It didn't die. When Vespa was asleep, as if prompted by her sudden frantic behavior. You can't really say that. It's not really frantic. Prompted by Vespa's fear and concern, I actually kind of wanted a fire to ask Gentle Whistler, and then Vesper saying like, the little bird that I held in my arms in the yesterday or a couple of days ago. Mm-hmm. That's my fear concern. The smallest of whistles. Came from the foot end. Is that what you call it? Foot end? The foot of the bed, okay. But you know, we can remedy what I said before by saying I was just about to ask about who the gentle whistler was. But that was page 36. Whoop whoop. 37. Here we are. Oh yeah. Oh snapperoo, it's good. It's good to be writing NaNoWriMo 2025. But I can see what you mean. But I can see who you mean. But we ended with but, right? Yeah. But I see who you mean. But I see who you mean. The little bird reached its head up. The little bird What is that? How do you say that? The little bird looked up, I guess. Showed its head. Oh. Stick it up. Stick it on. Yeah, peeped out there. This is what I was looking for. Peeped a small head up from the hay. To look directly at Vespa, who felt a sudden rush of joy. The bird wasn't anything Vespa had seen before. Wasn't like anything that Vespa had seen before. So now I wanna little Tino budgie. This is basically what we want to describe. Ah, really look at that. It's so cute. It's so cute. While you look at that budgie, that cute little budgie, I'm just gonna get some to eat. Yeah. I'm just gonna try to describe that cute little budgie, what it looked like. Who keeps messing with my webcam? Is it really me? God damn it. It was small. It was smaller. It was much smaller. Smaller than a raven or a magpie. Magpie. A raven or a magpie. But bigger than a robin. I'm pretty sure it's bigger than a robin. Or a sparrow. it had a it has a similar small. Yeah, let's just go for it. It's similar. Similar small. Round beak. Fudgy beak. How do you? Small beak. Obscured by these fluffy feathers. Beak trimmed. I was kind of hoping for a description. But Jerica beak description. How on earth? It's just a firm with no cracks. Yeah. Yes, but I'm thinking of the. I'm trying to find the beak shape. Beak shape description. Strong, curved, and hooked beak. Small. It has similar small curved and hooked beak. With a similar small and curved hooked beak with a some form of leathery with some form of brown leathery some form of brown, leathery, what on earth do you call the seer? Seer description. Fleshy patch of skin. Some form of brown, leathery skin around its nostrils. But what really set it apart from what Vespa had seen before, what really set it apart what Vespa had ever seen before. before was it's beautiful though slightly dirty. Beautiful although dirty. Coat of fur. Do you say coat of fur? Coat of fur. You know what? When I had a, not fur, of course, coat of feathers. When I had a budgie, I never imagined I had to someday write about budgie coat of feathers. Describe in detail how she looked. I don't. Like the AI here says coat, budgie's coat. But I don't trust the AI, really. Are birds' feathers called a coat? No. Plumage. Plumage. Yes. All right. Plumage. You see, this is what I'm talking about. I asked budgie coat of feathers, and the AI said a budgie's coat is made of feathers. And then I asked, is the bird's feathers called a coat? No, it's called a plumage. Like, just correct me in the first place, you stupid freaking machine. Which was as yellow as the ripest of lemons. With 2 patches of white. With 2 patches of white. White feathers on each side of the beak. On each side of the light orange beak. Of the light orange beak. Vespa was in love. And who could blame her? With a coat of feathers like that. I miss my budgie. I miss my citron. With a face of equal happiness and wonder. Of this, of the being she had saved, of the being she had saved, from deep beneath the dungeons Vespa. Vespa walked over. Vespa crawled over to pick it up. I probably should mention something about lemon cakes here. That she loves lemon cakes. Question mark. And it gracefully accepted with another weak. Whistle. Maybe I should. Some of them should be like tweet instead of just whistles, but I mean they're sort of the same, right? Sort of the same. Whistle. Tweet. Peep. Yeah, chirp. Oh. I just realized that we're so close to, we like half a page, well, maybe 60% of a page away from day 8. That went... I feel like that went faster than I expected. Well, we're not there yet, of course. Hi. Little bird. Little one. Yeah, little one. Vesper said in a concerned with concern just with concern as she looked into the birds bird's dark red eyes. Dark red. What do we have? What do we have that is dark red? Dark red things in nature. Dark red. We need dark red. Black red. Oh God. Black red things. The bird's black eyes. Which seemed to have a slight red hue. Say slight red hue to them. Oh, I just realized a subplot that might actually be worth for the next book. What the hell? Someone just honked dramatically at someone else. This one. So book 2 ideas. The animal trader. So I have a backstory for Lemon that she was captured by animal traders and then traveled a long distance until she like broke free in the middle of a storm, which incidentally was the storm that was just the night before the story here begins. The animal traders meet Vespa and Lemon and want Lemon back. Or paid for. Or compensation. That could be a subplot. Subplot. That could totally be a subplot. They weren't. She was concerned. She was concerned because they weren't happy eyes of someone on the road to recovery. The eyes were hurting. Weak. And Vespa noticed that the little birds, one of the little bird's wings were hanging much lower than the other, much lower than the other. So that actually happened to my bird, to my budgie. She fell down. She was old. She was 12 or 13 at that point, and normal budgie's lifespan is 7 or 8. She died when she was 14. But like at 12 or 13, she fell down in her cage. Weirdly enough, as I was recording some a let's play for my former channel. Oh my god, I forgot to. For fuck's sake. Man, I feel like I've been a little off today with that. I've missed a couple of times now, I think, to change scene from the Chrome view to this. And then also with the paragraph structures. Yeah. Where was I? Oh yeah, so she fell down in her cage and she actually knocked her shoulder, her wing shoulder out of the socket, and she was sort of, the one wing was sort of hanging for the rest of her days. I was told by the vet that a procedure would most likely kill her, and she wasn't going to recover naturally because she was so old that there was no what's that word? There was no cartilage left in the socket to hold the bones in place. So yeah, I want this story where that has happened to to this little budgie here. And then we heal it, because I didn't get to heal Citron. Oh, that's how I fix it. So Fire is gonna be a little bit of doom and gloom here. She's gonna say like, I don't think he's gonna make it. And then Vespa begs her. She has to make it. Maybe Vespa is sacrificing herself. So a fire can be like healing Vespa with the blessed water. And then Vespa is going to be like, use some of the water, the blessed water you were gonna use to heal me, and use that on Lemon. And she's like, who's Lemon? The bird. And then she ends up doing that. I don't think it's going to make it. A fire said with a somber voice, said with a somber as she knelt in front of Vespa. Was Vesper on the bed. And put the vials of holy water put the vials of holy water on the floor. The tiled floor? I don't know if they had tiles in castles. Research. Here. Sit with your legs over the edge. And let me see your injuries, see your injuries. Alright, that was my dinner. A fire had already tended. To some of Vesper's wounds. And bruises. As she was asleep. Hoping that her patient would be just as cooperative now. Hoping that her patient would be just as cooperative now. What do you mean? Vesper asked. With horror in her voice. Asked with a voice that started to shake. She already knew what Vesper meant, what Afaya meant. Already knew what her older sister meant. But she didn't something. But she didn't but she didn't want to admit it. Want to admit it. I'm afraid that it is too hurt from whatever happened to it. Whatever happened to it. I'm afraid that it's too hurt from whatever happened to it. It must have been through a lot. Must have been through a lot to somehow end up down there. End up all the way down there. Affair. Oh, you almost couldn't see. God damn it. Probably soonish done with page 37. So we got that going for us, which is nice. Which is real nice. Real nice. Held a pause. Held a brief pause while she held a brief. If I held a brief pause while she thought about what she said next. I was just thinking, because I want to have to show some water magic here, right? And I already described it in Danger, what how the old woman used water and like wrapped water around her hand like a glove almost, and then felt and used that to heal. And we want to do the same here. About what to say. To sy. She thought about what to say. She didn't want to upset Vespa unnecessarily. Necessarily. I'm not sure how that's spelled. Unnecessary. It looks right. Nailed it. But she also did not. I feel like when we use, well, that's the idea here at least. I said didn't in the same sentence and then did not. This is much more emphasizing. She also did not want to lie. I don't think it will survive much longer. I don't think it will survive much longer. I tried feeding her some corn. Maybe not corn. Grain, feeding it. But it hardly ate anything. It hardly ate anything. Hardly ate anything. And it haven't been drinking much water either. Drinking much. I'm actually surprised. Surprised that it lasted this long. Okay, so now we want a fire to do what I said happened in danger, and actually we might want to mimic that. We might want to mimic that description. So this is danger, and let's go down here. The old woman laid the inside of both her arms and hands together, and after a brief moment withdrew the right one. Parthidax noticed another tattoo, this one of large leaves in the middle of the old woman's left palm, with a long stem ending in what looked to be a root down at her elbow. Then a small ball of water started swirling from nothing on top of the large leaves. Moving her right hand in choreographed gestures, the woman expertly controlled the expanding water until the leaf-tattooed hand was completely enveloped. When moving her fingers, the water naturally stuck the old woman, as if it was a perfectly fitted glove. Parthidax couldn't take his eyes off what was happening. Who couldn't take his eyes off what was happening didn't notice that his own hands were only packing thin air. So it's sort of the same. Newly revealed tattoos on the old woman's arm seem to be depicting water and waves among more strange symbols. So I think I want to somehow mimic that. Mimic that description. So there's some cohesiveness in the way I describe things. But in order to do that, I need a word. Smøge. Roll up. Okay, yeah. Fire. Rolled up the sleeves of her light blue tunic. Maybe not light blue, let's shades of blue. Shades of blue. Sky blue, that's kind of nice. Of sky blue. Sky blue tunic. It's also to show that, you know, a couple of days past, she has definitely changed her clothes since. Of a sky blue tunic. While Vespa looked at the little bird, while Vespa looked at the little bird in her hands with defeated eyes in her hands. Fluffing up in her hands, fluffing up. In her hands. With defeated eyes. Dot. With defeated eyes. A fire then. What did she then do? A fire then. Opened a couple of her vials. That was so neatly stacked. Was so neatly stacked in a small box, in a small wooden box. Maybe find something more descriptive, something better, something cooler, but I don't have an idea right now. Something cooler? Question mark. I don't even think there needs to be a comma there. And poured the blessed water the blessed water out. Over her. And will you look at that? If it isn't the end of page 37. So very soon. So very close to the day 8 marker, which is right up there. Over her olive-skinned hands and arms, covered in tattoos. Tattoos, is that with 2 T's? Tattoos, 2 T's, tattoos. Tattoo, it is. Covered in tattoos of lines, waves, and lines, water, and wave depictions. And waves. Covered in the juice, lines and waves. Then I said in my old story, I said choreographed movements, moving her hand in choreographed gestures. With expert control, I'm gonna say right hand, not hands. Right hand and arm. Why? This is the second time that I've attached an E to with. I don't know why why I would do that. That is wild and weird. With expert controlled, expert control, expertly controlled movement. Of her similarly with expert movement of a similarly illustrated left-handed arm. Affair. Completely enveloped enveloped. Enveloped her hand. In the blessed water. Using choreographed gestures. Using choreographed gestures. Okay, so this paragraph definitely needs a rewrite. Rewrite. Because that was very bad. Very bad. But at least we're done with day 8 and whoops, you can't see that. At least we're done with day 8 now, even though it's day 6. Whoop whoop, let's go. And we will keep on going. See if I think I want to do at least 1.5 page, which should be around 6 pages all in all then. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5. Since this is where we started, so 4.5 basically, and then 5, and then around a half. That's 6. Preferably a little over 6, but yeah, let's go on. Here, give lean in closer. Lean in closer. So I can have a look at those. A look at those last bumps and scars. Oh my god. And scars. A fire set. Gently pulling Vespa close to her. Gently pulling Vespa closer and And I lost my train of thought again. Yay, let's go. Gently pulling Vespa closer. And something. Placing her water fitted hand on this on the cracked lip. She then closed her eyes. She then closed her eyes. Tries to concentrate. But isn't there something you can do? But isn't there something you can do? Something you can do? Asked with a sad, with a sad voice. As the blessed water something as the blessed water traveled. Is it traveled? Transferred? But what is transferred? Moved, conveyed, reassigned, relocated, shifted, shipped, restationed, moved. Traveled is probably better. Traveled into the wound. it slowly began to restore. Began to restore it. No, not restore the wound. It doesn't it doesn't restore the wound. It heals it. Restore her lip. Just her lip, yeah. Vesper had always found it. Vesper had always found it weird. Always found it a strange sensation. A strange sensation. Sensation. Had always found it a strange sensation when the blessed water healed. It didn't hurt. But it wasn't pleasant either. But it wasn't pleasant either. Now I don't remember if I in my calamity because I know Tuehan talked about being healed by water at some point, and again it would be nice to keep it consistent. At the moment I'm particularly great. Heals all my smaller wounds with the blessed water. It didn't hurt. You know the searing of the wounds that happens. They always have a scar. Never thought it was that bad. Well, the Jabber's blessed water might feel strange, but it didn't really hurt and it didn't leave a scar. Not a noticeable one anyway. I quite like that. Okay, that wasn't as helpful. Always found it a strange sensation. It didn't hurt, but it wasn't pleasant either. More like little cubes of ice. Would they have ice cubes? Yeah, well, they wouldn't have ice cubes. It's a medieval. But I mean, in the winter, they would definitely have ice. Probably have ice. Right. Right. More like ice. Cold ice danced. I mean, that might actually hurt still. Danced on the wound. And made it better. And then made it better. Then made it better. I don't want him to die. I don't want him to die. Vespa could feel her eyes watering. Vespa could feel her eyes. I also want to make a point of the fact that the water disappears. Like, that's the problem here. A fire uses the water. She doesn't just utilize it to heal. It's used. So it's gone. Eyes watering, welling up. Let's go with welling up. Feel her eyes welling up. Oh my god, I did it again. For God's sake. Oh, I'm such a freaking idiot. Is that the third time, fourth time that I failed to remove the Chrome tab? How long was that on for? God's sake. Man, today is just really not my day. Him? If I asked. Opening her eyes again, opening her eyes again. How do you know it's a him? Do you know? That it's a him? Now, sit still and don't talk. Don't speak, don't talk. Sit still and don't talk. Stupid girl. Okay, looks like we have written 5 pages now. If we follow the line from where we ended yesterday. So that is all good. How do I know that it's a him? I just know. Vesper said not heeding FI's ask. You have to do something. A fire. Maybe a fire. No, Vesper here is like he promised to be my friend, and then a fire is like that's what wins her over. That's what wins her over. Yeah, probably. I don't want him to die. Well, I guess we already said I don't want him to die. Can't you use the blessed water? The blessed water to heal his injuries too, to heal his wounds too. I can't. I'm sorry. Dot. A fire poured out the content of a new vial once again. Using choreographed gestures. Choreographed gestures. A new glove. A new liquid glove. A new liquid glove. This blessed water is for you. It's for you only. She moved onto the bump. Above this. Left eyebrow. I actually recently had it's actually still there a little bit, a bump over left eyebrow. After I had a black eye after I fell into someone else on the dance floor on a night out. Yeah, that hurt. Now that her lip was mostly fine again, was mostly fine again. Yes. Now please. Please just sit still. There's a lot of dots here. Maybe we need to revise that. Revise. Triple dots. Of course, Vespa could do no such thing. Vespa could do no such thing. Of course, Vespa could do no such thing. But a fire. You can't just let lemon die. Vespa blurted out. Starting to get distressed. Beginning. Her voice. I feel like voice is. I use voice a lot. Do we have a different word for voice? Voice. Sounding increasingly distressed. Increasingly distressed. Oh. I'm starting to feel that I've been sitting 6, 7, 8 hours for 6 days straight writing. Not writing, but writing with W. Good thing I purchased a nice chair a while back. Oh. So he has a name now. If I couldn't help but feel, couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness mixed with awe at her sister's ability to come up with stuff on the spot. To come up I did it again with come up with things on the spot. Hey, Kai is here. Welcome, Kai. Joined this live late today, lol. Well, I'm just happy that you're here. I hope you're doing well. Did you sleep okay last night? Or did you go to bed at 4 a.m. again? Glasses? Yes, I did. Well, I did say a couple of days back that I use lenses normally, and I was recommended by optometrist, if that's what it's called. The one who's optometrist. Yeah. I was recommended by the optometrist that I would wear glasses at least once a week just to give my eyes some rest from the contact lenses. So, yeah. You'll see me wear glasses more, I'm sure. I went to bed. Good. Well, as long as it was at a reasonable hour. Anywho. Yes, his name is Lemon. And I want this to be that Vespa calls Lemon a he, even though it's a she. I want this to be a little bit of a fun twist, I guess you could say. In that, so that was something that happened to me as well. I thought Citron, my budgie, was a guy, was a boy, was a he for 6 or 7 years, actually, because that was what the pet store seller told me. And then my ex-girlfriend noticed that when she got a bit horn dog, that her, like, I was her astating, that was dangerous. I was her replacement mate, and when she sort of got in the mood, she would do things that didn't correspond with what a male budgie would do, and then we realized it was a female, and yeah, she was, to me, she was a boy for almost half her life. My ex-friend had rats, and she thought that they were a boy, but they were girls. They were both girls. Oh yeah, it's funny. It's funny how that works out sometime. Like, and you know, the weirdest part was, and I didn't realize it until like a couple of years after we found out she was a girl. I changed the way I behaved with her. Like, when I thought she was a boy, I was a lot more rough. Like, she was still a small budgie, of course, but I was a lot more rough in like the way I threw her to get her to fly, for example, or something. And then when she became a girl, when we realized she was a girl, for some reason I turned much more cute and cuddly with her. Very much more, I don't know, maybe not caring. I was still caring when I thought she was a boy, but more careful with her. I don't know, that has really opened my eyes to, like, there's just some cultural stuff that I think we've learned as we grow up, like the way we behave around boys and girls, for no reason Like it's just passed down. Anyway, yes, his name is Lemon. Because of his beautiful feathers. Beautiful feathers that looks just as yellow, looks just as yellow as the lemons that Sister Miriam uses to bake lemon cakes. Lemon cakes when she can. And I love lemon cakes. So I feel like this was very much a like this is a long sentence. It's almost three lines long, and there's not a lot of punctuation, but it sort of makes sense because it's a bit of a like it's rambling of a kid, right? Cute ramblings from a kid. That you do. A fire said while trying to concentrate. Concentrate on the forehead bump of the child that wouldn't sit still. Oh, we're so close to we have written page 38, and I think actually that might be the most I've ever written for a story, for one story ever. And this is even this book here has 2 more lines than the one I'm using for my short stories, and we've done it in 6 days. That's actually quite wild. The forehead bump of the child that wouldn't sit still. And I love lemon. And I love lemon as well. Didn't you just find it a couple of days ago? Didn't you just find it a couple of days ago? Him. I found him. Vespa said firmly. I found him. And I don't care. And I don't care that it was only a couple of days ago. I know that I love him. Already. Didn't you say that you loved me from the moment that you found me? Well, 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 will you look at that? Page 38 is done. Dun, dun, dun. Just giving it a little blow. (38 to 39). Didn't you say you loved me from the moment that you found me? So yeah, I think this is a good allusion to the fact that they aren't actually sisters once again, and that Afaya is more of a parent to Vespa than anything. And I don't wanna explicitly state what happened, but I think this is a good enough solution, because then we can use the idea that I had for the prologue for this one, the other prologue idea, instead of the Battle for the Dying Light. The other idea was where two Fey folk and their spirit bounds deliver Vespa to the temple in like a dark, stormy night. And then we can use that as the prologue for book number 2. Which would then be like some sort of a ending with a reveal that this is Vespa being delivered. And then another because I think that works really well, because I want a subplot of that book to be Vespa's parents. And we then introduce them in the prologue, just like we introduced Renaid, the mentor, the ghost mentor, in the prologue here. I think everything is working out quite well for us at the moment. But we still have like half a page that we want to write. And then that's probably it for today. We are also over 6 hours for this live stream session. Afaya stopped her healing. And looked into the bright copper eyes. The bright copper eyes of her little sister. Holding the fragile little bird. The copper was angry. The copper looked determined. Angry even. Behind a thin veil of water, thin veil of tears. Beginning tears. Beginning. So yeah, we wanted to suggest that, Vespa to suggest that Afaya use some of the blessed water on lemon. I feel like this is already extending way beyond what I thought it would. This chapter, this description here of her saving lemon is it's gonna be much longer than I expected. Of course it does. It always is. But that's good, because that means we can reach 50,000 words. And like, I'm actually kind of hoping that I won't finish the book here in November, or within these 50,000 words. And what I mean by that is not that I don't want to finish the 50,000 words. I think I want it to be longer, because 50,000 words is like a small book. I think it's 50 to 70 is like the normal amount. And yeah, I would like it to be a normal amount book once we're done. Behind a thin veil of beginning tears. But she was right. Athea couldn't deny it. From the moment that Athea had picked up and held Vesper in her arms, picked up and held Vesper. The tiniest little babe she had ever seen. She knew it was love. And couldn't let her go. Not even to obey orders. To obey orders from the paladin she squired back then. From the paladin that she squired back then. A smile. A smile spread. Spread across Afaya's face. As she thought about that night, She may have been older. Than what Vespa is now. So in my timeline background lore, Afaya was 19 when she found and took in Vespa. But she was still young. Though still young. She may have been older, though still young. She was right. I missed so many freaking levels. But she could clearly see, she could clearly see that she could clearly see. It's going to be a freaking long sentence. But she could clearly see. She could clearly see what? I want to say she could clearly see the resemblance to how she looked back. She must have looked back then. Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it actually. So you clearly see the resemblance to what she herself a horrible sentence. Must have looked like. Looked like back then, as Vespa sat there. with the poor yellow bird in her arms. Little bird in her arms. That was a terrible sentence. She may have been older than what Vespa is now. Was now. Though still young. Still too young. I don't know, maybe two. Maybe. But you could clearly see the resemblance to what she herself must have looked like back then as Vespa sat there with the poor yellow bird in her arms. God. That is a very bad long sentence. Very, very bad. Okay. If I said in admitted defeat. What do you suggest that we do? Vespa looked at lemon in her hands. I don't know if this should be hands. Up here should probably be hands. He gave a weak whistle amid his fluff. I don't know. She said, with a hint of surprise, at her older sister. Letting go? No, not letting go. Giving up so easily. Easilu. I I just know that you have to do something. Because Lemon promised to be my friend and companion. Promised to be my friend and companion on all my adventures, And I don't want to lose my friend now that I finally have one. And I don't want to lose my friend now that I finally have one. Vespa is tearing up. That's the only one. That's for sure. Vespa could feel another set of tears announcing their arrival. And now sing their arrival. Not knowing what to say, Affair simply looked at her little sister. And began what is it called when you're like going through someone's hair? There is a sentence that I want to get to before we end this live stream today. And we're soon there, but I just need this combing fingers through hair. Is that actually what it's called? Rake my fingers. Run, yeah, I think it's run. and began running her fingers through maybe Vesper said, not really noticing. Not really paying attention to her older sisters. To her older sister combing her hair with her fingers. No, that sounds weird. To what her older sister was doing, to what her older sister was doing. Dot. Maybe you could use the blessed. So it's going to be like, maybe you could use the blessed water on lemon instead of me. But I am going to end, let's have it properly, end the live stream here for today. And let's have a tally of how much we managed to do today. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 6th one. So let me see here. It is the Master Sword of Counting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 down, and then we begin. No, I would much rather just count the rest here. So from that one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. This is 39. This is the 6th page that we have written today. And then 6 pages and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Then we're going to take this and we're going to end it here. And then we don't count the last because we're going to continue that tomorrow, and then we're going to count it for tomorrow. So 6 pages and 9 6 pages and 9 lines is indeed what we ended up with. So we go to our word count and let's hide the wrong columns. So bar height as well. No, not resize, hide it. Bar position, hide, dual, hide. Okay, so here we are. We take this one, we go this, and then the daily progress is, so that's the lines times, no, it is, yes, it is, let's go back here. It is the page times 6 and lines times 9. And that gives us 2,273. I thought we did 9 lines another day. Oh, we didn't. Interesting. 2,273 words for today, and that accumulated is 13,965. Okay, let's go in here, and I want to have this, and I want to when we want to do the day this progress, day 6 progress, that should update on itself, and 13,956 words, and that should be somewhat over 25%. So we are somewhat over 1/4 there. Let's freaking go. That's awesome. And so let's just remove the dual for a minute, and then the progress bar, the bar height doesn't matter because we changed it. We just need to move this to 801. There we are. And at the same time, we can bring back the dual. Well, not at the same time, but, and type in this, and it should be, whoops, that should be the correct position. And yes, with that, guys, we're done with the 6th day of NaNoWriMo 2025. Thank you so much for everyone who watched it and commented. It was great talking to you and just you being here. And I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please remember to like this on YouTube and maybe even subscribe to me if you haven't already. Amdios is here in the chat, getting the last word as per usual. Well done to you, dude. Thank you so much for saying well done to me. And yes, I'll see you tomorrow. Remember that we write our own stories, and bye.